Welcome back, friends. Welcome back. Haha, news. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the streams. My name is Lorenzo. It's a pleasure to host you on a daily live streams, the New York sessions. Gold. We have some news coming. Hope you guys are ready for the GDP today. All right, tomorrow might be the biggest day. Today's the GDP, so we have to take that extremely serious. Extremely serious. That's how it goes with news. Okay. News trade, yes. I'm gonna place a sell limit. All right, I'll tell you exactly why and what the reason is, what my reason is at least for a sell limit, a news trade order. Do take consideration that news is highly risky, highly risky, highly risky. If you're new, just don't trade news. Just don't trade news. Wait for the news to be over and come back. Wait for the structures and place your trades like then. For us, for me at least, I'm willing to take some risk here. All right, so. Let's see who we're having with us in the stream today. Thank you for love. Thank you for the support as always. Make sure you smash out that like button. All right. You demolish this button right now. We need more likes. We need more likes. We need more likes. Quite easy. Click. Done. Beautiful. Let's see who we're having with us. Lord Blanket. Good to see my man Rednick, AB, Surai, Rafa. We don't have that much time. Desmond. Pure Liquidity, my man. Welcome back. Welcome in our VIP. You won yesterday's giveaway. Congrats. Maria. Stiller. That's it, yes. Euros. Praveen. Okay, beautiful. The fam is back. All right. Let's get the like button up, man. Let's go. Let's get the party started. So, a couple things here. Let's go over the analysis here. We have around 10 minutes left. So I need to speed up the process a little bit. Okay. And that's the following. Let's talk about it. All right. The pre-market game plan. We have gold right here. We have the Asia and London session consolidating in Asia. Bullish during London. Okay. A great solid expansion during the London session. We have not taken out any particular lows here. Okay. So if you look at the sessions, this is the London low. This is the Asian low. This is the New York low. These lows are there for grab potentially. But we might manipulate the Asian highs though. So do take that in consideration. Anyways, we'll talk about that right now at the moment. We are still overall bearish, right? Everything is still looking bearish, even though we have seen an expansion. All right, there are a couple things that we need to discuss. So the summary. Let's kick it off with the summary. All right, gold has reached the daily range lows between the 22.88 and 22.95. And it's showing a short-term relief bounce. All right, we have broken out of our downtrend line. Yet we do not have broken any major structures yet. So any major structures, any highs, anything particular that could interest us for longs, we have not broken it yet. So if we don't see that, I'm not interested in long setups yet. Maybe later, but not now. Okay, that could come if price starts breaking through and starting giving us that follow through, exactly what we need. Okay, so we have a couple of key levels to pay very close attention to. Okay. which is the previous daily PoC at 23.17. At least this is where we were when I was writing this shit down. At least we came up a little bit further. Okay, that is the area where the most volume has been traded yesterday, and then the weekly opening price at 23.22. That's an important level, fam. That's an important level. The opening price of the week. We have been constantly hovering around it the whole week. All right, again, once again, the 22.22 has been giving us a lot of headache, but also a lot of you know, significance at the same time. All right, so these are our two major key levels. My bearish bias, okay, if you see a rejection from any of our key levels, I'm looking for short entry models targeting the daily lows. If my bullish bias, if my bearish bias gets invalidated, then there are two things, okay? If we break and reclaim the Sunday open, which is the weekly open, I might be looking for long setups in any retracement, or if price holds the weekly opening price. So if price holds the Sunday open and we pull back and we create a higher low and we re-break it, I might look for longs. That might be the shift we're waiting for, we're looking at, okay? So far, it's not there yet, though. So shorts are still favorable, okay? If price comes down all the way back to the major daily support at 22.89, I will also consider longs until invalidated. Invalidation means a daily closure below the 22.89, all right? That shows me that we're really potentially gonna break that massive range, and that we might be looking for further continuation to the downside. But that is a level where I would look for longs from, because it's such a strong daily level, which is right here all the way down at 22.89-ish, okay? Something like that. So these are my levels to take consideration. Now, psychology, beware of news. Tomorrow's the PC price index, the inflation data. We're gonna talk about this a lot today, which could cause the biggest move of the week. All right, keys of relevance, previous daily PoC 23.17, the weekly open, of course, 22.22, early previous Sunday open at 22.93, daily key support 22.89, and then there is one 2300 level in between that we cannot forget to mention. Okay, that's what we're looking at. So why do I take a news trade? Well, risk to reward wise, it's worth it for me to take a sell limit at the Sunday open. We have not closed any major structures yet, right? Price shoots up super aggressively in London way before the news, okay? Before price is starting to push down eventually, all right? That's what it is. So price needs to come down. In my opinion, what comes up aggressively can come down also potentially here. And there are a lot of strong key levels that we have to hold here and we have to go through. 23.22 is one of them, but also the 22.26. And there are a couple of very serious key levels that I think are absolutely important to take in consideration. So two scenarios. I could place a sell limit at 22.22 and put my stop at 22.26, 27, sorry, 28. All right, above the point of control here. So I have enough room to play with. If that gets hit, we probably will know in a second. We will probably get stopped out in a second, okay? If price reverses and it starts breaking the lows, you know, I might look for a confirmation trade to the downside. I don't have to use news trades for that. I might look for a continuation trade, okay? Which is then below the 23.13. If price just shoots down, it is what it is, okay? But I'm not gonna place a market order. I really wanna see a sell limit getting triggered because I wanna have the better risk reward right here. And otherwise, I simply just wait for a confirmation setup. All right, so that's why I'm willing to take a news trade here, okay, aggressively, and do take consideration that tomorrow is the PC price index that might give us the real move of the week, right? The week closure, which is also the monthly closure. So you're gonna have the PC price index and the monthly closure aligning, all right, coming together. So do take that all in consideration. Right, that's the way I'm looking for it. So therefore, sell limit is going to be there, 23.22. My stop is going to be at 22.28.75, and I'm going to target the daily lows, of course, 22.23. 2300 is going to be an important level. There's one more level in between that, but yeah, that's just something that we're willing to look out for. So it's going to be a news trade, and what I want to see here, I want to see price tapping into it and rejecting. You know, holding up, stop loss above here. And if you really start breaking up and we create a higher low, then maybe the Sunday open is a long entry for long continuations if we get the right confirmations, okay? So that's our invalidation point. We probably are stopped out, but then at least we can start looking and look a little bit different, all right? We can start looking potentially for a reversal play or something in that matter, all right? That's what I'm looking for. So I'm going to place a sell limit right there. And yeah, if you do not get triggered and price shoots down, I close my sell limit, all right? And I look for confirmation setups. That's practically it. And if price continues to drive down, then we'll see. And if price shoots up, we will know probably in 2 minutes or 3 minutes if we're going to get stopped out or not. Okay, so that's it. In regards to the news, we have this beautiful range here. We have not broken any major structures yet. And, you know, it's a little bit suspicious. Price moving up that aggressively before the news and then not taking out any initial lows beforehand as well. So yeah, man, another news trade. It's been a while. It's been a while, but yeah, let's see what happens. All right, let's see if it's worth it. What do you risk? Well, it's our you know, our new account, like we talked about that. So around 5% on this one. Syria says, if GDP is high, big chance it spikes up and it hits the sell limit as it goes down. That's what I'm looking for. Something like that is what I'm looking for. And then last but not least, we have the 10-year yield, right? The 10-year yield is coming up and it's breaking aggressively. Is now pulling back before the news as well. So I want to actually come down, tap into the zone and then shoot up from there. I want actually to see the yield pulling back, making gold move up and then boom, potentially bouncing from this initial zone. Dollar is coming down also beforehand. We're still above that major support. All right, we're still above it. So that's also going to be interesting. So yeah, man, that's what I'm looking for. And if you do break down, we will have to look for, yeah, confirmation setups or whatever. I don't know. We will see from there. That's practically what we're looking for. The trend is up. The trend is down still. The trend is down. We're still down. We're up if we start breaking major structures. Unless you call this on the lower time frame a trend here. Okay. Then yeah, we have made somewhat of a retracement. I agree. But yeah, anyway, good luck with news, fam. We'll see how that goes. $20 seconds left. So yeah, ready to rock and roll. Sunday open, baby. Come on. I hope it gets there. I hope it don't shoot down. Make a move. Oh, shit. Okay, okay. We're pushing. We're pushing down. That's the first step. No, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. No, don't do it. Don't do it to us. Okay, there we go. Let's see. Serious levels there, fam. Serious levels there. GDP came out better than expected. All right. It came out better than expected. Come on, you can reach the Sunday open. You can do that. You can do that. You can do that. You can do that, gold. You can do that. Okay, yield is there. GDP came as expected. On investing.com, it's a little bit higher than expected. Yeah, here it's kind of neutral indeed. Well, if you flip and turn around, that is what it is, but we can still look for shorts from there. That was really close though, right? How much are we talking about? 4 pips. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna sit out. We're gonna sit this candle out. I put it 1 pip lower. I had put it 1 pip lower. It's holding up though, so like you know, it's holding up. So come on. Yeah, dollar holding up, yield in that zone. Yeah. So I'm watching Bloomberg and the forecast was 1.4%. Okay, yeah. Different news outlets give you different forecasts. That's what they do. So yeah. Anyways, it's still, yeah. Anyways, it doesn't matter. Yeah, I think that well, we'll see. Bro, we have seen this before. Will the footprint chart help now? Not really. Because a lot more farm can come in later. Entry market or Lorenzo? No. That will really ruin my risk to reward too. So the only thing I could do is wait for my entry to be triggered, and if it doesn't, then I think if you start coming down, there are definitely entry models or entry confirmation type models that we can take as well, right? If you start breaking up, then yeah, of course. But yeah, I'll wait for this 15-minute and then we'll see. It's all FOMO, man. If we start changing market now, it's all FOMO. That's all FOMO. You get it. We don't do FOMO here on this channel. We can look for confirmations later. We might be still pushing, you know? Why not buys? Well, we have some really serious levels here. Some really serious levels still to take consideration. So Sunny Open is one of them. What is FOMO? FOMO means fear of missing out. That means that you think it's gonna come down and you're like, oh no, okay, I'm gonna take a market order. And I'm gonna put my entry now there and I'm gonna put my stop loss there, and then what happens? Price still gets there. And now your risk reward is twice as bad. Or you see one massive green candle and you're thinking about buying. And the moment you enter, candle flip. Yeah. It will go up to 2230. If that's the case, then yeah, we're gonna get stopped out. But at least then I will have better confirmations for buys. I agree. But now we have the Sunday Open. We have the range PoC as well here. So we have some serious levels to take consideration. Good luck, G's. News trade. No, don't do it. Don't do it. Not our first news trade. We've never lost a news trade before this year. Don't do this as well now. Okay, PoC, PoC. PoC. Whew. Yeah, that's what I was waiting for. That was at least the level I was waiting for. Still the same 50-minute candle, by the way. This is still only 10 minutes in. Stops are at 2382. .5. It's about why I shorted. I did my full breakdown. Go back to my analysis. That's it. If we break above it and we close above it, yes. Invalidated, indeed. My bias is invalidated. I look for bias. Uh, 22.28, yes. Sorry, not 22.82. Gold moving back. I'm closing 50% of break even. Just in case now, because we're hovering above it. So I close 50% of break even at entry. Closure, 50-minute closure is in 1 minute. Woo. 1 minute left. Just risk management 2%. Now it's too less, especially on this account. Way too less. Now risking 5%. We reduced our risk 50% at entry. So we're in it only for another 2.5. Okay, I'm gonna go close it. All right, I'm closing the position. Position closed. I'm gonna look for re-entries around this level again later on. We can wait for the confirmation, and if we get the confirmation, we get back in the full risk. It's hovering around our entry for way too long. And a 50-minute closed above it, so that's why. 50-minute closed above it, and we're retesting it now. So we're out, fam. Yeah, we gave it a try, but the PoC was our level indeed. PoC saved us from, of course, our stops right here. Beautiful level. We had this level in between. We had this level when we entered. We had two good levels in between. So enough for management, enough to to manage our position on break even practically. And now what we can do is just to wait for confirmations. That's it. Why did I wait that long with closing? Well, because I wanted to see this 50-minute candle close at least then above it, and then the retest would have then give me the confirmation that we have to be a bit cautious here. And if price drops, they can always look for re-entries now without too much hustle. Yeah. Yeah, man. So yeah, it's worth the wait now for a new trade. Yeah, that's practically it for now. Let's let price develop a little bit, and then see where we truly close this Sunday open, and especially because we have the 4-hour closure now. And I'm not really impressed with this bottom of the 4-hour, by the way. So I'm not there yet at all with the 4-hour. And if price continues to drive down out of nowhere, yeah, it is what it is. But at least we had a really solid management of our trade too, right? A 50-minute closure above the Sunday open is for us just something that says, okay, I have to be careful. At the same time, yield was dropping further than I wanted it to. Dollar was dropping further than I wanted it to, right? So I take these things also into consideration as well. So let's see where we've closed this 4-hour. And can see if we can look for re-entries. Was worth a try though. Was definitely worth a try. This is news affect Bitcoin. A little bit, not too much though. A little bit. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah. Yeah. So how did we do it first? We first came down again, so we closed 50%. We didn't close everything. But once the 50-minute was closed, yeah, man. Once the 50-minute closed above it, and the next 50-minute candle is now, retesting it. It's better to get out, wait for confirmations. Why would we be that greedy to stay and try to hold on while we're just as good can wait for confirmation setups now? If that's the case, if that's our bias. And if price continues to drive, beautiful. We have a confirmation for a continuation. But one thing is for sure, that the PoC is strong. That rejection was instant. Yeah. Anyways, what settings do you use for the PoC indicator? 128 row size against 72. Uh, 70 RFR, right? 70. So 128, 70. You can find it in the ebook, by the way. Just download the free ebook. You have all the information. Everything. Are you short? Well, we were short here, but based upon what's happening with the dollar, the yield is tanking. By the way, it was better to get out safely and wait for further suggestions, confirmations in the market. But yeah, the Sunday open is a serious level. The fixed PoC is a serious level. These two levels are important levels. So in order to become bullish, right, and look for buys for me personally, it really has to show us that we're bullish, right? It really has to show us bullish structure. It really has to show me that price is willing to continue to drive higher, right? The same thing as what we have been doing here, right? Just constantly creating these structures to the downside. Same thing happened when we came up here, right? Or where we came up here and here. It's just you wanna get that confirmation internally, and then boom, you can ride the whole wave until your bias gets invalidated again. So for now, that's still short. The only thing that could change it up for us is if you start breaking above, creating a lower low, right? Then this is already a risky trade, but it's a possible long. This then is the confirmation of just continuation plays, right? Until you manipulate the highs and then retrace, bigger retracement potential, and then we'll see from there. But the way can be, you know, up. That will be the buy kind of structure you would look for. If price rolls over, obviously you know what we're looking for, right? It's still continuation shorts, going for the daily lows, back towards the daily support. So you're looking for sell? Well, it depends now. Let's see where we close down for number one. Where is the Sunday open closing? Or where around the Sunday open will we close? Will we close above it or will we close below it? That's already a first sign. But for buys, we need to get the better confirmation. For sells, it's quite, you know, quite easy. If you start closing below it and you start to roll over, then there are going to be tons of opportunities there. The idea was, of course, to take that short here, put our stop above and just, you know, trigger and boom, come down. Much more aggressive. If that doesn't happen, you wait for confirmation. But at least you manage it. And, you know, so you're not stuck in an unnecessary position. In this case. But yeah, definitely resistance as well. You see sellers coming, you see buyers stepping in, you see, you know, the game is getting played, that's for sure. I would love to see the footprint actually now, just to see what's happening. 50-minute looks pretty decent though, right? If you look at it this way, you close above it, you hold above it. But every time when you come up, it pushes down again. So do you want it to go under the yellow line? Well, for sells, yes. For sells, I would definitely want to break below the Sunday open. If not the previous daily PoC, to look for continuations. So I would look for sells below here, most definitely. And if price closes above here, right, and it starts to really break structure and it retraces back, then based upon this, I will decide if I look for lumps or not. But you're gonna enter a range now. You're entering a range from a long expansion. This is a series expansion, right? 250 pip expansion. You're entering a range now, which have had significant history. So this whole area right here, this is what you're entering. So when you're looking at buys, right? Let's say you want to buy here. Let's say you want to buy here. Then what you have to understand is that we have to cover this whole range of volume, of volume traded, of levels, of all kinds of things that we have to take into consideration. So in order to do that, we need to really break out and then come back to look for further continuation. That's what I'm looking for, or that's my suggestion, at least for myself. Hey, Will, could you answer my support ticket in the Discord? Cheers. Yes, I can do that. After the stream. Or our team will do that for you. All right. Guys, what's the importance of news fundamentals if gold doesn't respect? If it doesn't, if I don't understand, can you explain, please? So yeah, there are a lot of factors that you have to take very serious when coming down to news, of course. You have a lot of things that you have to take serious to kind of get an understanding of where gold can go to. But in the short term, gold can do whatever it wants. Whatever it wants. Okay? Whatever it wants. So yeah, for now, all these things that you see here are extremely important and could have an impact. And what I do, I use everything, I put it together, and I create, based upon that, a kind of a brief conclusion of the sentiment of the market. And then I create an average midterm projection. That's usually what I look for. So in this case, we had 1.4%. Okay. Done. .1% higher, so nothing too crazy, but yeah, fundamentals definitely matter in the short term. Gold can do whatever it wants. You never will ever know what the outcome will be based upon just the fundamentals in the short term. Anita, good morning. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. 1.3, right? Correct? Let me... Yeah, 1.3%. Yeah. Okay, we did close above it. We did close above it. This 4-hour candle is dropping. That's the first thing it's doing. So we might not be done yet with the expansion move, but we'll see. Guys, when I use the session breaks on Bitcoin, it's telling me that it's 1 a.m. It said it's not normal. No, it's not correct yet. So for now, just use the 01 chart for it. I know it sounds weird if you are a crypto trader, but use the 01 chart. And later on, we update the indicator. We turn it into 8. Or do it manually. 8 p.m. If this is your time zone. The dollar is positive, yes, that's what they say. It is higher than the previous month. I hope this is a fake out and it will drop. Me too, man. I hope that this will be a fake out and it will drop. But so far it's holding up pretty well. And we closed above it once again. So we are now below the opening price. So yeah. It's interesting. What I would look for is a break of the lows. A lower high and then a lower low break, and then I would be looking for short entries, looking for like an entry model around the previous daily PoC. That would be an area where I would look for short continuations from now. And longs, I'm still cautious with longs, especially where we are now. If we're talking about this big range. Should we expect the Americans to drop the prices? The indicator is on their currency favor. There's so many more confluences, man, for gold. Okay, I'll tell you a couple. Market sentiment, all the economic data. Commitment of traders. All the report data from institutional buyers and sellers and the retail sentiment. Current central bank holdings and their changes. The supply and demand. The mine production, the recycled gold, the jewelry fabrication, the technology, the investment sector, and their differences every quarter. The correlations, right? The coefficients between different types of pairs and instruments. And then the ETFs, right? The ETF in and outflows of each and every month. Combine that with the speculation of interest rates, okay? And that will give you a fundamental outlook of gold. Now, that's what you have to think about when thinking fundamentals. When trading technicals and just technicals, fundamentals is not everything, of course. Fundamentals will be important when you get to your key zones on the higher time frame. Yeah, gold is just chilling. All right, we have been not that strong, not that weak. We're just hovering around our initial entry. Okay, it was the 23.22. And yeah, man, it's just it creates an internal low. It's just it's not that strong. It's not that strong, and it will face a lot of resistance here. The only problem is that you want to see a bigger top wick on the 4-hour candle now. Right, you definitely want to see the 4-hour create, you know, at least one more top before reversing down, if that's the plan. Because in the end, we're still kind of holding above the opening price when you zoom out a little bit, right? If you flip this, the Sunday open is still respected. So shit, in that case, the consolidation manipulation distribution model will be respected since it was consolidating on Asia, clear price manipulated on London's one. Yeah, so indeed you saw that consolidation here, but London just had that expansion. Indeed, it took out, you know, a slight low. So it is true that the London overall was pretty aggressive, but the initial London session itself started much later and it never broke the lows. It never broke the lows. Yeah, no, this looks it looks quite on the strong side now. We still close it hourly candle above it, so we can't ignore that. We can't ignore that. So if our sell limit was great, then it would have been a hit, maybe some whatever, a reaction into the fixed PoC and then an instant dump. But we have more than enough time to manage it perfectly, so. So if price goes this, so this is what I'm kind of looking for. If price gets up now, number one, we had a very strong rejection around the fixed PoC. It was an instant rejection. We had this range, we had that instant rejection here at 23, 20, 20 to 26. If price starts really breaking above that, right, you start creating a strong expansion here. The 4 hour has a reaction that's decent. We start closing once again. Then any pullback could lead us into, in my opinion, the continuation structure to the top of the range. And that's like the 23, 30, 34. But the Sunday Open is doing its thing, that's for sure. Was it worth the short? Yeah, it was definitely worth the short. Even though you're still at entry. We're not in anymore, but... Sure, above it is the previous Sunday Open, which got rejected many times. I expect it to go there and drop instantly. Which level are you talking about? You're talking about, let me see, 20 to 27, I think. Yeah, 20 to 27. That's what I mean. There are a lot of levels there to take into consideration. And we had already a monster move to the upside of around 300 pips if you get to the fixed PoC. So, yeah, and the retracement is where it's at, if that's the case, for longs. Look at them in the time frame. Yeah, it's getting respected. I get it. Internally, it's getting respected. What can I say? We need to wait for this reaction one more time. This would have been a very nice entry model though, but we got rejected there super aggressively beforehand. And the 2227 is next, and it's also another layer. We've seen many rejections around the exact level, which is right around there also. So unless this is your window of opportunity and you really want to take that towards the... Yeah, you want to enter at the break, let's say, but that's just gonna be... They have this level there. 39. Negative R. What kind of car you drive? Well, I had a Range Rover. You don't want to drive anything else here. If you are on an island. Great cars, but if you have a problem with it, you're done. You can forget it. You can forget it. Sir, for my curiosity, what are you looking at the screen behind you? Bitcoin. The Bitcoin price. The Bitcoin price. I want to know what Bitcoin is doing at all times. Yeah. When did you make a trade? Well, I did make a trade, but for now, in order to be bullish here, we had that such a strong leg up here. I think this is where we had it. I think the last time we made that move was somewhere around similar to this. Similar to this, indeed. We had this move right here as well. Also 300 pips before we started to come down. Very similar. We had that aggressive move to the downside. We started to consolidate. In this case, a little bit more flat, but then it was around, yeah, same time we started to push up, we break up, we take out the highs, which is actually right here. So we're doing something very similar. We have been moving already also around almost 300 pips now as well before we started to push down. So I'm not 100% convinced with long setups yet. I'm, you know, if we would have supposed to get longs, then this was the longs. But even here, I would have waited for price to come down and then give us a solid confirmation for the daily support. If we really start to retrace and we start to turn around and we really want to trade with the trend, then I think that what I want to see is just, I really want to see us giving us that confirmation here. So I'm just observing for buys, unless we start really breaking. We have been holding above this level, or like, sorry, around this level. Like, we're not even moving. We're still around it. We're still the exact level. We started there in what? It's like 5 pips. Yeah, we're waiting probably for 10 a.m. news. Well, yeah, we'll see about the next one, indeed. We have, is it Biden? Is it Biden speaking? Really? Okay, okay. Um, what do you guys know about that? Ah, it's the big debate. Is that today? Okay, okay. This might might have an impact. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, interesting. Yeah, pending home sales is coming in. Yeah, 40 minutes. You're right. But yeah, man. So buys. Yeah, I'm not. Mwah. Especially after this move already. A lot of resistance levels here. The PoC there. The previous Sunday opened there. A big fat range. The opening price of the week. Too many layers. Too many layers. So yeah, 50-minute break below. Yeah, will be interesting. It's like your second opinion, right? Your previous daily PoC level. So definitely looking for shorts below the 2317. Because if you then reclaim the previous daily PoC, you flip that again, the Sunday open as well. You have so much more downside from there. We'll see though. Please give a suggestion on GU. Well, the dollar is coming down, yet it has not broken any structures yet at all. You would say it would come down at some point. It hasn't. It's consistently creating higher highs and higher lows, and it might be contracting, right? That means that, or compressing. That means that, you know, it's kind of like an elastic band. The longer you squeeze it and you let go, the harder the pullback is going to be. That might happen, but I don't think it's going to happen today. I think that will be, if that's the case, the PCE price index, which is the inflation data, which is extremely important for the Federal Reserve. So that's not going to be today. So if that's the case, then this is our next zone. I think this is still a serious level, which could indicate once again a higher low. And if that's the case and you start returning and flipping or whatever, not going to be good for gold, but it's also not going to be good for GU as well. So GU might be strong now, but once it's at, you know, back at these highs again, the 127, 126.7, starting maybe at the 126.6, which is right about here, I'll pay very close attention to what we call like a rollover play, right? And if you use this and you go and you use the indicator itself, then you're gonna have the weekly range, and you're gonna tap into that resistance very, very soon as well. There, around that same level. So why don't you have LTA levels also on the dollar? I actually do, because this is the fixed level, but if you want to know where we got rejected from, it's actually from this range. And this is what we call the fixed very low. We got rejected from it that before. All right, it's this one. And if you look at price now, that's exactly where it got rejected from. But the last time we got rejected from it, we also were unable to break the lows. So it doesn't mean that, oh, this is a rejection, so we're just gonna dump. We need a catalyst for that, and I don't think that catalyst will be, you know, today. At least not for yeah, in the next coming hours. I think that will be the PC price index tomorrow. And that will determine everything for the dollar. I think that will give us the outcome if the dollar is just building this up for a release. Back down. But if the inflation data comes out much higher than expected, then the dollar might continue. Risk off, dollar up, and they're going to be maybe more cautious with their rate cuts. So we'll see about that. Lorenzo, please give advice. How did you set up the previous daily PoC? Yeah, simply I just used the previous day, right? So from 6 to 6. 6 p.m. to 6 p.m. Dollar is going to continue. Normally when Binance peaks, the dollar goes up. If the dollar continues, gold's going to have a hard time breaking these levels. And continue to drive further, especially after this move here. So, you know, if that truly is the case, let's clean everything up, right? If that's truly the case here, then this is what you're going to see. Number one, if you look at the daily time frame, we're literally in the center of the range. Below here. So this is kind of your range, your level of resistance, right? And this is what you're tapping into. So this is your zone. We've been bouncing from it here, from here, from here, from here, from there, and now we're back below it. If you look at that level, that's a 20 to 26. That's that PoC level that we talked about also internally. If you go to the ranges on the lower time frame and you start looking at the internal swing, then you have in essence a continuation play, right? So you had the top, which is kind of your top range before you came down. Then here you have that next range that you see right now. You have that retracement into this range now. And based upon that rejection, right, you have the previous daily PoC and that daily level. It's a strong daily level to break. If you start breaking above it, you know, it might be looking good in the short term, but the question is, where do we close this daily candle? Right? Where do we close this daily candle? Are we going to close this daily candle above this high or below it? I think that's an important factor for tomorrow. And then I can, you know, we can kind of conclude, okay, if this is what you want to take out the highs, you want to create a higher low, and you want to re-break the highs, you're starting to change the trend, and you start to go and you target the highs. Your next stop is the highs all the way. So from there, it becomes more attractive to start looking for longs very easily, because you know, and you have all the confirmation in your favor. For now, we're below the daily level. We're below that range. There's a lot of volume traded in this range as well. And you have a lot of levels in between these ranges there. So if you go to the 30-minute and you open our indicator, you can see that the opening price is below it. So yes, we're above the opening price now again. But we're below that major zone. So if the dollar continues to drive up, it's going to have a very hard time breaking and closing above that level, the daily level, which is this level right here. And if that's the case, it's just gonna have you know, a hard time just, you know, following through. And we have to take consideration that this move that we saw was already a 300 pip move without any single retracement. So in order for me to buy it, really needs to show me much more confirmations. Like otherwise, I'm not buying. You know, I really would see either like a retracement, a new break of the highs, retracement, right? The risky buys are you start breaking above the zone, you pull back into this level and you look for continuations. That's kind of the risky buy, which is possible. Well, that's something that we could maybe think about. But anyways, that's kind of the idea. And for that reason, if price breaks below our zones, then I do believe we have much more favorable risk to reward. So yeah, I can try to force a trade long now here and say, hey, we can get that extra 10 pips to the upside. But yeah. The news will give us also a little bit more information, hopefully. Hopefully that will give us the volume we need. Yeah, it's still there, right? It's still there. It's still where we entered from initially. Yeah. We do have the New York indeed opening in a sec, so. Yeah, it has a hard time, for now at least. So yeah, two scenarios. If price starts to come down here and it starts to push, then of course it becomes super nice, super interesting to get a short into this tunnel back down and look for that continuation break. It will be even better if we push into it, we bounce off it, and we re-break it. Fantastic. Then we have that continuation as well. If you hold above it, then this is your major resistance. Why are they not going for a short now? Because we're above the opening price right now. We're above the Sunday open. And you can see that their buyers are still, you know, interested in the short term here buying. Lorenz, what trade did you took in London? I took a simple EURUSD trade. Yeah, well, I will be streaming tomorrow in London in our community as well, if you're in. Very casual. I like it. A couple other guys now, but they bought their microphone recently, so we have a bunch of new guys now talking. It's pretty cool. Okay, New York Stock Exchange is open. Where did you get this BGM? What is that? What is that? Oh, this background music. Oh, okay, got you. So, man, I'm slow today. Yeah, man. This comes from Epidemic Sounds. It's dope. It's dope. Has a lot of good shit. Yeah. How many trades do you take per day? That depends. I usually trade every London session. And, you know, there's always something happening around London. I mean, if you trade all the instruments. So this is my watch list. I trade gold, oil, Nasdaq, Dow Jones, dollar, yen, euro, USD, GU. That's practically the main things I'm looking for. Maybe sometimes Australian dollar, but, you know, that all depends on external data. If something really interesting is happening, or the euro yen, for example, as well, but it's mainly gold, oil, Nasdaq, and then any of these major forex pairs. That's it. So not too much. I try to keep it small, you know, but it depends. Look at Nas, yeah, Nas looking solid. Nas looking good. Yeah. I don't get why some of you guys don't trade it, to be honest. Why everyone trades just gold. You know what I mean? Trade second, yeah, actually, yes, I need to highlight this, yeah. There we go. I mean, the Nasdaq is beautiful, pub. If you guys want to trade the Nasdaq at some point, then I'm all in for it. Just don't want to confuse you guys too much with too many different things, too many different pairs, too many different things. We did a poll, and it was like, you know, we used it purely on the data, and it was 70% said I only trade gold. And it's not just you know, throughout. I've looked at all the statistics. It's crazy. It is crazy. But yeah, you see how hard time gold has pushing up here, huh? It's a hard time. So you trade more than just gold? Yeah. Oh, absolutely. But not on a stream, of course. I do like gold though. Gold is kind of like, it fits the New York session. Yeah, so this is usually, there we go, usually not that good for gold. And we're heading very close to the news now. In 20 minutes. Now, is that something really to worry about, like the news? Is it something that really will affect gold heavily? I doubt it. I doubt it. But yeah. Why not a stream? Because I traded... I'm not sure, the OGs will remember it, but I traded everything on stream before. I traded everything that I've seen. So I've seen, you know, whenever I saw a setup at one point, I took a trade and we had like 3 trades a day. Stream. And yeah, people were just too confused, man. That was just the problem. Like people were just too confused. They traded it and then, you know, one setup, they were looking at one setup and then they pointed their attention to that setup. And then I was already talking about another setup. And then they had to refocus to that setup. And then it was, okay, which one do we now look at? And then, oh, this one and this one and this one. And it just became a mess. So even though it on paper looks nice or sounds in theory nice that you can trade every instrument together on stream, it's practically impossible to do it correct. It was a fun time though, but you know, now we're focusing on one pair, maybe two, but even that, you know, I go to the Nasdaq for 5 minutes to talk about the Nasdaq. And everyone talks about gold, check out gold now, check out gold now, check gold, check gold. It's like, okay, chill, man. All right, okay. Yeah, and I was trading the 1 minute time frame. I was trading the 1 minute time frame. Good times, man. These were good times. All right, this is good. I like that. If it stays this way, I like that. But when is the news coming? 20 minutes? We have news. We talked about that break, that structural break. Why didn't you hold your trade? Well, it's easy to say now, dude. No, we managed it really good, man. Like price came down, we took out 50%, price came down again, we closed it. It came up 3 times after that. Nah, you would, no. No, there are much more confirmation setups you could look for now. Now you had to manage risk there. We had to do it. Had to do it. Yeah. Yeah, what's the major level? This is the major level, the 2370. 17. You can see that this is the last low that created that impulse. So this is the last low that created a high. You want to, of course, shift. You want to break that. Yeah, that would be really nice. Then you break below the tunnel. We call that the tunnel, right? It's when 2 key levels meet. The Sunday open and the previous daily PoC. So that's what you want to see if you want to look for. If I want to look for shorts, I mean, I just want to look for these continuation shorts down, 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 back towards the daily lows. If that's the case, and you start breaking down. I believe it's wise to know when to close a trade, and you did a good job, bro. Yeah, man. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. I can guarantee you some guys are still in. That's how it goes. They can't, they physically can't close it. They have to hold it regardless. If your mindset is, you know what, regardless, I agree with the analysis and I'm not gonna, if I'm gonna get stopped out, I'm gonna get stopped out and that's it. I'm completely fine with that. But I'm just gonna wait for the end result. If that's your idea, you're biased, then that's good. That's good. There's nothing I can say against that because that's just that's the plan you made. Then that's completely fine. But if it's not the case, right, and you just don't close it because you can't physically, just and you get upset when you lose, yeah, then it's like, okay, then risk management was might be better, right? Might be an important factor. So what do I want to see? I want to see this. So I want to see that price breaks below the lows. The previous daily PoC, right, showed us yesterday some serious levels, right? The 2317. We get below that. We pull into the tunnel, we break structure again, and we come down, which then could be an entry model around there. One of our entry models around there, right? Something like that. Yeah, let the structure form itself now. I think that's the best way to look at the market. Just let the structure form itself, especially after that aggressive move up of around 300 pips now. So let the structure show itself here internally and then definitely have some things here. If price continues to drive, I'm not a big fan of longs unless we really come and we start showing also more structure, right? Yeah. Why didn't we close it at the beginning? Was purely because you know, if I didn't see the potential, I would have not entered regardless. So it's not that I'm instantly going on break even. I wanted to give it a little bit more chance by at least reducing my risk the first time, but after it started to just come up and down and up and down, it was better to just get out and wait for confirmation because, yeah, that's usually, it will not change anything in your trading strategy, but it will massively increase the confirmation and win rate. Do you think this could be valid entry one on the 1 hour time frame if this candle closes below? Not really, no. I'm not a big fan of it. Unless you start breaking below the 2317 and you really show that we're losing momentum. Right, we're in the tunnel. We call this the tunnel. Two key levels coming very close together. And what I do like is that the 4 hour candle is developing and that the top wick has been set. Before we didn't have a top wick or not that strong, so now we do have a top wick. So So yeah, let's see if we can shift structure and if, you know, at least break down. Curious to see what the dollar will do here as well. Wait for the news for sure. That's only 10 minutes, so that will come automatically. Yeah. If we would stayed in this trade, we would have now been in position for around 1 hour and 20 minutes, and we would still be at our entry. As an analogy, I use these ones. You know what I mean? Chop, chop. 10 minutes. Let me get a drink real quick. Okay, 5 minutes for the news. The new home sales, or the pending home sales, it's coming. Granda says I took a sell limit at the Sunday Open and the PoC. I made profit on the PoC. And now I'm break even. Okay. Lorenzo, tell me another joke before... Do you have any Thursday jokes before the news? Any jokes? You want me to... You want me to embarrass myself again? You want me to embarrass myself again? You guys want to embarrass me again, huh? Okay. How do you call a trader that lost all his money? How do you call a trader that lost all his money? A broker. Sorry, man. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Okay, we have news, by the way. So let's get back to work. 2 minutes left. Guys, how much did you lose? We've been break even on our trade. I think I paid around, well, I mean, that's why if you're with Vantage and you're trading with less than, I would say, 5 to 10 grand, then choose a standard account. You don't have to worry about commissions. Anything above it, choose an ECN account. Yeah, you see, I have to embarrass myself sometimes. For the OGs here, you're kind of used to it now. Right? It's part of the game. You know the quote, right? A night of loneliness is far better A night of loneliness is far worse than a night of awkwardness. All right, let's see if this will make a little bit of a difference. Keep in mind, it will be once again the hourly closure though. It seems that we're going to close above it. There we go. Not that good. Not that good for gold, for the dollar. So this might drive us up to the fixed PoC. And so your starting account balance, yeah, on which account, man? I got like 4 or 5 accounts that I work with. Which one? We have a main account here, we have a sub account now, we're doing a challenge now, we have a futures account, we have a swing trade portfolio. Ooh, damn! Where did that came from? Of course, we know what the news was, but like, where did that delay came from? Whew. Somebody was talking about 2227, right? No, also that, broken. Daily level broken. So for now, our sells, no sells. That's why we went out. That's why we look for confirmations, right? That's why we say, wait for the confirmation after the news trade. So let's, man, let's see if we can now continue here. This is what I was waiting for, either a breakout. Show us truly that you wanna continue to drive. But I think this was very bad for well, in terms of news, was very bad. Minus 2%. Not good. All right. So yeah, risk management, man. That's why we closed it on our entry. And no need to force it and to be greedy here. Looks like unification, my friend. Those losses affected you. I mean, this was not a lose. This was not a loss. This was perfectly well managed. Like we cannot control the outcome, my friend. You cannot, I cannot, we cannot. What we can do is we can get in and we manage our trade. And yeah. I said, I don't know. I said a lot of times, we closed our trade, we closed our trade, we closed our trade. You have guys that don't close it and that stay in. That's their responsibility, right? So that's why I said, if you are in and you stay in your position, then, you know, you made the decision for yourself that no matter the outcome, you accept. Rosalie says, I sold 23.30, I'll hold the sell. Guys, it is break even, not a loss. Yes, exactly. It will definitely fall. This time there is a big chance, unlike the other times. Rose Angela always comes up with the fire. She's always here with her analysis. I like it. Yeah, so for the people who held the trade here, right? Just keep in mind that we closed these, you know, even though there was a chance that we would roll over completely fine, we did close multiple hourly candles above it, right? And we came into our entry, I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 5 candles in a row. And it just didn't want to break structure, right? So if it doesn't want to break structure, then you have to be patient, you have to be careful. But keep in mind, this is our daily level, right? This is the level where we have been talking about for a while now. If you look at practically all the levels that we have highlighted, we have the Sunday open, the fixed PoC, but also the daily level. If you look at the daily level, that's this one right here, right? You're now pushing into one of the biggest levels in this range, which is the 23.28. It's this one right here. From the top to the bottom, to the top, to the bottom, once again. Tapping into it again, okay? So do take that in consideration. You're tapping into the daily resistance. So if I'm really looking for long continuation plays, then I want to see a daily closure above that. So that will be tomorrow. It could also be that they're just pushing price up as much as possible today with the PC price index tomorrow, right? To start pushing price down. That could also be another lay. But you know, this is serious level. It's a serious level to think about. So yeah, I'm gonna go to lower time frame here, which is the 15. And look at this. It's the what we call the value area high. Okay. If you talk about the rejection level, there we go. We talked about our daily level. But you see this level right here, the fixed value area high. It happened something similar to what happened with the PoC, which is right there. Okay. So it's really time to zoom in and to get to this zone and see what happens around it, because as of now, this is your main level in combination with this daily level as well here. So the rollover is again, this is now the low that created the last high. If you start breaking the lows here, things get very interesting. Okay. Dollar came down, tapped into this zone. We were kind of waiting for that moment. And I think that's the same as what we saw in this range, the previous range. Yeah, very nice. And look at the dollar. All right, look at how the dollar is reacting here. So total move now from the London session to the upwards move here is 345 pips. When are you using real or funded account? Real account. Bitget to previous weekly PoCs aligned them perfectly with the fixed value high. So what I'm looking for now is the following. I'm going to keep it very simple. You have these two levels here. You got rejected from it. If price wants to drive down, right, and it starts to really come down and break below the opening price of the week, the Sunday open, and there's such a big chance you're going to, you know, just roll over and look for that continuation play here. So either you're going to wait for price to, you know, create an entry model here, but the other play will be, you know, you start consolidating on the 5 minute, you guys know it. You manipulate into your key level and you break below it, okay? Which is then the Sunday open. And then price could break down. It could start breaking whatever. This trend that's getting built. You start breaking below the trend and you start rolling over and look for the continuation play. So that's your consolidation, your expansion. Sorry, your manipulation, your expansion below your opening price. When do we really need to start thinking about longs? Well, like I said before, it really has to show me that we're reversing and actually showing better structure, because this is not structure. This is just an expansion. Maybe the first structure was here, right? If we redo that, we tap into this low and we hold here and we break the highs. Yeah, okay. We're gonna probably go for the highs here. Okay. And then I'm definitely looking for, you know, continuation plays. Then I'm willing to place long. So we're getting closer to it, but that's the only way I would look for long setups if we do start, you know, creating that actual structure here. This is just an expansion. This was the first like kind of pullback. If that pullback holds and you break and you re-break the highs, then it seems legitimate, you know, to look for longs. But anyways, I much rather see price breaking down below the opening price, because then once you start breaking this, it can come down as fast as it came up. Especially because of the low volume here. Please enter the line for the next sell level. Yeah, it would simply mean, if you look on the 5 minute, it's simply something like this. But the other way around, right? We cannot flip it, but that's the way to go. You have that consolidate. Maybe I have an example for you. Now I'm looking at it. Let me think about it. I think I have it. Yeah, something like that, right? Something like that. It's not the same, but it's, you get the point. You consolidate, you manipulate, you get into your key level, and you break the lows. And this is just the power of 3. It's a very common pattern. It's super common, but the difference is that it tapped into the exact level, which is the point of control of the previous week and a value high. This is kind of what you see now, right? You see that consolidation here. You see that manipulation. This is your key level. And this is the low to break. If we break this low, I think then there is a really nice potential chance that we continue to drive down. Price keeps going up and you just look at the short. Why? Structure is not there yet. Not there yet. If the structure comes, it comes. If the structure comes, it comes. And then, yeah, longs is definitely doable. But this is not clean structure to me. This is just an overextension, an expansion right now. We had one solid retracement, which was right here around the Sunday open. But that's practically it. Right? At the same time, we're in this range. Previous price action. And we dropped heavily from that. We have not been able to even break a single high yet. right? Even if you do break the highs and you start retracing, there are tons of long opportunities you can look into. Internally, so many long opportunities from there. But I feel that we're not there yet. And that's just based upon that confirmation. So either way, you have that consolidation here. You have that expansion now. If you now start breaking the lows, I'm getting much more confident in terms of shorts again below the opening price of the week. We know that this is the daily resistance, and we also know that, you know, we have our key level there. We can use the our indicator. We can use the fixed range profile from the previous week. You will probably get the same exact level, which is also right there. So you have a bunch of resistance there. So yeah. Why don't you buy? I literally just explained it. For like what, 10 minutes? It's like, what the fuck is going on? The manipulation could extend up to 23.52. A lot of risk, however, I will maintain my sell position. Yeah, to be honest, I like this. I like what I see here. So it's similar to this. However, in this case, well, it's actually quite similar, right? You had this low, you consolidated here for a long time, you expanded up, you started to consolidate, you then had that final squeeze and you roll over. And you start to come down. It is kind of similar to something that you're seeing here. And the fact that it's the opening price of the week is also kind of important, right? The opening price, the Sunday open, that the consolidation happened right around that level. And the 4-hour candle has not closed yet. All right, there is not a single 4-hour closure yet. We have still 2 hours and 40 minutes to go for this 4-hour candle to close. And we're tapping into the daily resistance. So dollar is holding up here now. All right, dollar reached this range. And it tapped into this level. If you look at it, the fixed very high of that range. All right, this is what we use on LTA concept. We use the volume profile a lot to give us these key levels. And look at where we bounced from. Right here, the fixed very high. And overall, the dollar has still been creating higher highs and higher lows. And this is still, in my opinion, just a solid 50% retracement into our fixed very high, into that internal range. And is now potentially pushing up from this level. So if that happens, there is a big chance that gold will do the same thing, which is this move, this move, this move. So after this breakout, or breakdown, I could better say, this is where the short opportunities are at. And then continuation. If you want to enter here, it can be. It's just more aggressive. It's more aggressive. Yes, I'm starting to like it. That one last squeeze from the news today. Dollar. The yield is the only thing that looks weak, right? It has not recovered, but even the yield now is pushing into the previous range. If you go here to the yeah, it's practically, yeah, there we go. We're practically there now. We're practically there now. Yeah, we're practically there. So practically the dollar and the yield are aligning. Dollar is aligning. And I think once it goes, I think there are a bunch of opportunities, especially if we not just flush down, but especially if you just, you know, create these structures, I think you're gonna have a bunch of opportunities. Top G Trader was better than you. I talked to this guy. He sent me a message. He said, "Yo, man, I know what he said. I think he said that, yo, everything is good. I respected you. It's not me. It's my community. That's it. Something like that." So I was thinking like, oh, okay, if that's your community, my community would never do that. My community, all right? Our community, they don't do that shit, right? So there is definitely a gap, somewhat of a gap there between us and between them. That's all, you know, that's all I'm saying. We're professionals. At least we're joking around, we're having some fun, but in essence, the core, we can be extremely serious if we want to, right? That's what's called self-awareness. So if you represent your community, then the community represents you. So if your community are a bunch of losers, you know what I mean? But again, I do have respect for this guy. He sent me a message. It's not him. It's not him, and he's definitely not doing it. It's his community. Who do you like? So I'm watching now lately on the London sessions. I like to watch Trade Sharp, and people are hating on this guy as well. Same as people are hating on me sometimes. And it's funny because you know what let me tell you this. This is what I like in people. I like guys with character, right? With an opinion. I like guys that stand for themselves, right? That are confident in what they do and say. So that can come across as arrogant, but it's not arrogant. It's just as fair as square as you can get it. Okay? It's usually the confident guys, like these type of guys that do not screw you over in life, right? That have morals, that have a vision, right? So these type of guys I like to watch. I like to watch guys that like, you know, that know what they stand for. And I don't know him that well, okay, but I feel that he's one of these dudes. So That's what I appreciate. And of course, I understand how trading can be and how it can affect somebody, right? Especially if you stream every day. So. Okay, we're back in that range. So, this is the moment of truth. Is this just going to be our consolidation expansion, retrace continuation, or is this going to be our manipulation breakdown? If it's the breakdown, we trade it. At least I'm looking for shorts. I will start looking for shorts. If it's the continuation, then I'm not there yet in regards to what we just explained in the structure, right? And if you look here on the 30-minute, not a big fan. Not a big fan of buys here as well, right? So it's like there is not enough structure for me to say I'm gonna buy now. So in regards to trading, I hope we break the lows and we start breaking down. Did you already take a trade? We took a trade before, yeah. A news trade. We like to take news trades if it makes sense, if there is potential. Yeah, because then we start breaking lows, the lows they put in the high, this was the low they put in the high, we start breaking, we start flipping structure. We know that we have these key levels to work, to think about. Our LTA levels are aligning flawlessly as well. Yet you are still above the opening price of the week. So if we can fall below and break below after that expansion, I think it's time to roll and turn over here. And yeah. If you start breaking the 2319, then it's hopefully bye-bye. Not buy, but buy. Like, see you later. EM4, it's actually somewhat of an EM4 on a higher time frame. Yeah. If you look at it this way, I agree. Yeah, facts. Hi Lorenzo Gavin, just 300 to go for the 90,000 subscribers. Super achievement. Thank you. Thank you, Mom. This is my mother. Thank you, Mother. I actually almost break even. Yes, we're almost back at that level indeed. The Sunday Open, where we came from. Lorenzo, was there ever a time you wanted to give up on trading when you started out? Absolutely. There were many a times where I wanted to you know, I never had the intention to stop. Never. But I had moments where I doubted myself. Yeah. At the beginning. For sure. Yeah. Yeah. You know why? And I didn't doubt my skills. I didn't doubt my make it happen. My intelligence, no way. What I doubted was me lying to myself. Because that's what was happening. And I know with a lot of you guys, that's what's happening. You are lying to yourself. When you're trading, you're lying to yourself. And you know exactly what I mean. I don't even have to explain it, because you know exactly what I mean. And that needs to stop. Because that lying to yourself will screw you over. Over and over again. And it's very easy in trading to lie to yourself, because there is no one else that can take the responsibility but you. Because you can hide it on your phone and nobody sees what you're doing, but you know. You know. So it's up to you, man. What were the lies? Oh, going against my strategy, right? Doing just taking impulsive trades that I know I shouldn't take it, that I would usually never take, but I do it, right? And I'm not stopping myself of doing that. It's just silly, stupid mistakes that I could easily avoid it. Yet I kept repeating it over and over and over again, and I couldn't control it. And at some point, you get into a massive low where you kind of like, you're so tired of it, like so tired of yourself that you're like, you know what? This is it now. This is the moment. It either has to happen now or it's never going to happen ever again. And for some people, they already experienced that phase. Some people have to experience that multiple times. But hey, man, we're here for you. You know, it's not always going to be sunshine and rainbows. It's not always going to be Lorenzo taking his pips. Lorenzo is going to have a bad month sometimes. But it's the reality. All right? It's the true reality of trading. So that's why I'm here. And that's why I'm enjoying it. Win or lose, I'm enjoying it every day. So let's break the rules and go... no. So yeah, let's see if we can turn a rule over here. Dollar. This is kind of like the moment for the dollar to create and set in what we were looking for. Is kind of that W formation. All right. Hopefully we can create something like that. And I'll just continue to drive like that. Okay. This is the most important low now. I can understand the buyers would be interested here. on the lower time frame. But at the same time, we have this zone as well here. So let's see what we can do. If structure, if structure gets created, we start creating let's say a new low. It doesn't matter how high we get. It can be here, it can be higher. But at some point, we're gonna get a pullback. And we're gonna, continue to drive. That's the moment when you can really confidently say that, hey, listen, we're developing a new trend now. And we're, there are plenty of trades you can constantly take. Same thing as what we've seen now coming down. Same thing as before in April, May, April. Very similar. Biggest rule I break, moving stop loss. Never do it. Yeah, it usually does not make too much sense. The only thing that I could say to, say, okay, it's fine if you stay within your risk parameters. Right? If you say I'm gonna risk 3% per trade, and you move your stop loss and you end up risking 6% per trade, yeah, that's not that good. Why does gold doesn't respect the dollar? Well, it kind of does. It kind of does. It's definitely doing it. Correlation looks solid to me here. Yield, same. But think about this, fam. Tomorrow's the PC price index. We're moving up. We're not really retracing. Like significantly, right? I'm talking about 30-minute structures. We had one retracement which I could say, okay, at Sunday open, all right, that's decent. Tomorrow's the PC price index. What if price continues to drive and then tomorrow we'll flush everything out? You think that's a possibility? Tomorrow will be tomorrow will be madness. Yeah. And if not tomorrow, then next week is the NFP. But no, this is too aggressive before. The inflation data is what matters. When was the joke about the broker? Look it up. Look it up. Maybe in the timestamps later you can find it. It would not be funny anymore to do it again. You can never tell a joke twice. It kind of ruins the excitement. Gold just retested the previous daily high. Yeah, so we did take out we did take out the previous daily high now. Yes. We are now in a daily resistance, right? The 23.28. This is that daily resistance, that strongest level that we talked about. It's actually right there. My bad. I don't know why. It's right there. Yeah, there we go. Now a lot of resistance there, man. Yep. Next one is also at this level right here. So you have, it's kind of a range. It's just two levels, which are kind of the center of that range, which is the 23.26 and the 23.33. I trade gold the futures, so I can tell you the future. All right, so dollar is pushing back. After this is retracement, or that bounce, you could say. Moment of truth. That's all I can say now. Moment of truth to see if there is a second trade opportunity for us today or not. And that depends on this reaction. Break and retest. If that happens, yeah, we're gonna continue to drive. The dollar index is on top of the trend line, bro. I don't think it will break it. Yeah, so what I see here with the dollar, at least for now, is just the let me set it straight here. So, you know, consistently having created these lower lows, and higher highs, higher lows, higher highs. We're pulling back into the center of the range. At least for now. We even tapped to the 50. We tapped into our key level. Indeed, we're having some resistance now at the moment here as well. So we're in between that range, in between that zone. If price drives down, of course, continuation. Okay, continuation to the downside, then gold might drive up further into that next layer of resistance, which is at 23.31 and 23.33. And then you really truly have the top of the range here. and then it's you know, you really come back towards the top. The weekly high, let's say. How much did you lost today, bro? Like 35, 40 bucks in fees. Dollar flipping, all right. Okay, that's good. That's good. What lot size do you usually take? Yeah, it depends on what account I trade with. Navi says, look at the monthly, weekly candles. This shit should calm down. Well, so far we're looking pretty strong still, right? But we're reaching, yeah, no, we're critical levels here. So and let's say price pushes up all the way back towards the highs here. And the inflation data comes out tomorrow. I mean, it's gonna be interesting, man. Tomorrow, I'm really looking forward to tomorrow. Like, really looking forward to tomorrow. Because it's gonna give us so much clarity for gold later on. Especially for buys potentially. But man, the way we're forcing price up here, we've seen it here, very similar. This is by far the most similar, you know, pattern I've seen. Something like this. It's actually very similar. So you have this top, you have that consolidation here. You entered London. London started to break up. You got to the top of the range. You started to consolidate there, and then eventually you pulled back. Now the difference is with then tomorrow is that tomorrow's the PC price index, so this should be much more aggressive. Much more aggressive. However, if you look at it from this angle, this was the start of a continuation play. So from here onwards, you started to really consider buys, right? Consider long buys after we started to push down and break structure again. And we started to really roll over. You know, we flipped that into support, and from there, it was pretty straightforward. This is where we, you know, kind of had an expectation from. Now we're pushing back. we're doing the same thing. So we're practically bouncing off of this this low. London expansion to the upside. Now tomorrow, inflation. If the inflation data comes out significantly higher, right, or worse than expected, then the dollar will continue to drive up and gold will come down. If it's much better, then yeah, gold might be just you know, coming down and continue to drive up, right? Continue to drive further. Bro, can you give me $100? You know, I had this question. I have this question every day. And then they say, Lorenzo, please, can you give me some money? I promise you, once I start becoming profitable, I'll pay you back. And at some point I was like, you know what? Let me do a test. Let me just do it. Let me give a couple guys some money and just see what's up, and then actually ask for it as well. Say, hey, so what's up with the money, bro? Yeah, no, bro, sorry, bro, but yeah, no, man, I lost it. That you know, nasty trade, bro. I'm so sorry, but no, promise you, man. Hey, bro, do you actually? Can you give me another 50, bro? I promise you, man. I swear, I promise you, I give it back to you. Simon says fake uptrend for sure. All I see is clearing the gigantic 4-hour per value gap. You mean this one? That will be madness. That will be madness. Why did you give the money? Yeah, why not? Why not? You know? It's an experiment. It's a trust experiment. Sometimes the thing is, if I would borrow money from someone, I would be so on point. I would be so on point with paying somebody back. No matter what it takes. No matter what it takes. If I would have to borrow money from someone, you bet I'm gonna pay the person back. Alright? And you bet if I promise a certain date, I deliver. And if I can deliver, I give a very good reason of why I can't deliver. And I'm gonna come with a solution and an alternative. And I'm gonna say, I can't deliver at this date, I'm gonna pay back at this date. Alright? And that's then when I say that, then I know that's the final date. There's nothing that can come in between that. Okay? It's very easy to shatter somebody's trust. I highly recommend you to, once you borrow money from someone, that you absolutely take that in extremely serious. I've witnessed this in my own friends as well. And it's not that they, you know, didn't have the money, because they do have the money. but it was just not his priority to pay me back. And it's not that I needed the money, but it's a principle thing, right? It's just something like, you know, it's a test as well to see if somebody is like willing to pay back on time. Anyways. When would you look for longs? Yeah, like I said, I think I can cover it one more time. You will find in the middle of my analysis, I did a pretty long analysis about it. I actually wrote it down here as well. But in order for me to look for longs right now, this was just one big massive expansion. Look at that. We have not seen a single negative like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This is the 10 1-hour candle that has been green. The moment the New York session started, we came up around there, right? We had not seen a single pullback, a single retracement that, you know, of value. So in order for me to say, okay, we're shifting here, like we have an important high number 1, but we're shifting here. I really want to see a structural break that intrigues me. That says, okay, you know, this is a serious retracement, this is a continuation. But the only potential one I've seen was on the 30 minutes, sorry, around the Sunday open. That's the only one I've seen, which I'm like, okay, that might be at least somewhat of a retracement. Somewhat of a confirmation, let's say, right? If price pulls back and it breaks the highs, yeah, then I'm a little more content with looking for long setups right here. The only highs that we have broken is this high right here, right? It's the internal high from this low. But of course, the major, like, let's say, structural shift will be when you break the highs and you re-break and you start coming up. Same thing for the dollar, by the way. Dollar is looking strong. The only one that's chilling is the yield, the 10-year yield. Whereas it's getting choppy on the lower time frame. Yeah, very, very, very. Which countries do you want to travel in the future? Japan, South Africa, Canada. Because my friend is in Canada, so, or my friend, sorry, is from Canada, so Canada. Japan is one of my favorites though. I really would love to see Japan. I've never been to Japan. Can you believe that? I heard it's a completely different world there, so I would love to go there. Otherwise, what's your favorite gym routine? Please answer. I don't go to the gym. Or not the fitness, let's say. I just go to the boxing gym, that's it. So I don't really lift weights, I just hit pads. I do some strength here and there, but it's not really that that's serious in regards to like actual training, right? Lifting dumbbells and shit, no. And it's better than I've ever felt, man. ever felt. I was much bigger. I was much more, you know, heavier as well. And stronger as well. And I was lifting weights in the gym. But I felt like shit. I felt like shit. Ever since I was boxing. And I like, you know, took that shit serious for a long time now. That changed everything. I never felt better. Hello, Vit. Hi, Vit. I saw gold on 22.27. Good or not? Well, so you're currently still pushing. Alright, there is not really a slowdown. You're getting to the top of this range. You had not seen a single real expansion or retracement. I get where you're coming from, but at the same time, we really want to see somewhat of a structural shift now. That's kind of what I'm waiting for, to see if there's potential, right? If there is a chance of a shift. And if not today, then tomorrow. Then tomorrow. I would probably aim for the same, depending on where we are, right? Depending on where price is at. If the London or Asia is going to come up bearish and you start flipping and reversing. But if you continue to drive up, the more bearish I will be tomorrow. Like without a solid retracement, let's say. What do you call a solid retracement? Well, just something like, let me see if I can show you. Doesn't have to be too crazy though, man. Like something like this, right? Something like this, just simple. Something like that. Something like a simple multi 50-minute retracement. Not just one candle, but just a little bit of a pullback and a rebreak of the highs. Something like that. Nothing more. If you need any help planning solo trip to Japan, you can ask me. I got many good tips. Yeah, so I want to go skiing, snowboarding. So if you have any good places there in Japan to go skiing, then let me know. Yeah, let me know, because yeah, I would be definitely interested in that. Can we do a sell trade here? I think we're still too bullish, right? Wait, I just want to see a little bit more of a bearish shift, like we talked about. We don't need much. We just need to break these lows and then start rolling over, or we get to the overextend, to the absolute top of the range. But I mean, look, look at this hourly, man. This is like, it's pretty, pretty nasty. We have seen this before. We've seen this before. It happened here as well, right? But I think we broke the record here in this daily range. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11. 12 maybe. Yeah. Yeah, it's a serious move, man. It's a serious move if you look at it from this perspective, from the lows from London. So no, I would not go against this impulse now yet. You're kind of in between, right? You don't want to buy here, you know, in resistance. You know, you don't want to buy after a massive impulse expansion without a single retracement. That makes sense, right? But you don't want to sell either because the impulse is still active. So this would have provided us with an opportunity. This one, maybe. And this one, of course, absolutely. If you start breaking below, instant sell. Elon Musk is buying all the gold. It's not, maybe not Elon Musk. I mean, we're gonna find out because in a month from now, the 31st of July, our new report will come out, which is what we call the, yeah, it's kind of the Gold Council, right? And it shows you a report that comes out once a month. Oh, sorry, once every 3 months, my bad. Okay, every quarter. And it shows you exactly what central banks have been doing, what investment bankers have been doing, how much gold has been mined over the last quarter. All these things come out, and they come out the 31st of July. This is where you're gonna find it. And it shows you exactly all the numbers. So that's why usually what you tend to see, that after these type of quarter and these reports, gold's making a move. And that's purely based on fundamentals. So nothing else. Last report, for example, came out, sorry, in April. Okay? It came out in April. What happened was central banks bought 30% more gold, or added 30% more gold to their reserves. Right? From Q4 to Q1. It always comes out a quarter later. Right? That's 70,000 tons. Okay? Or sorry, there's a net difference of 70 tons, which is a lot. 32% increase. Now what happened was, we manipulated the lows and we had that move of 6%. After that, before we did the same thing, 12% to the upside. Consolidation, manipulation, expansion. Consolidation, manipulation, expansion. So yeah, next report will come out in July, the end of July. And if we are still in the range this month, and we're gonna stay in the range this full month, then most likely August, beginning of August, is where you start breaking. Especially if the information that comes out is relevant. But we'll find out. We already have been ranging for 3 months. Could easily be ranging for 1 more month, right? On a daily. Easily be 1 more full month of ranging. 1 more monthly candle before we're pushing. So yeah, these are the fundamentals. Now, can you always use the fundamentals? Yes, you can, but Not when you're trading on the 30-minute, 50-minute time frame, right? And you're trading in a range and you start pulling back. Like it's usually seasonal. But do we have a website? I do not have a website, at least not for this. But we will have a financial report coming out at the beginning of this month. The first, I think next week, Wednesday, potentially. And that report will be for our group. And it will give you all the ins and outs about gold and all the updates. And then once a month, you will receive a new financial report from us, which consists of all the fundamental data in depth, in detail. And if you are a day trader, it might be not always that relevant to you, but it's always important to be aware of what's happening. Because you're gonna come to your levels on the higher time frame, you're gonna be thankful for having that information. How is this different to CT data? CT data is simply just investment bankers, right? Hedge funds and positions on the futures market, right? The futures market and the options market. That's it. It's a fraction of everything, right? And when talking about the total amount of gold mined, we're talking about 200,000 tons. 200,000 tons of gold mined. Ever, total, at least on paper. That equals to around $13 trillion. The CUT data, the report itself, the CUT covers roughly, right, around 15% of that. Central banks, 17%. Jewelry, 50%. So what's more important than just look at the CT data? The production. What's the production like, right? That's the supply, not just the demand, right? Then you have the ETFs. What about the ETFs? Well, exchange traded funds. These are companies that manage your money and they buy gold and they trade gold for you. How much money is in that? Around $250 billion. How much money is that? 7% of the total market cap of gold? Something like that. Right? So in order to truly have a good, solid, fundamental bias for gold, for the gold price, you need to know all the factors and you need to set your parameters right and create an average based upon these metrics, right? That's how you create a solid projection. You need to first understand the bubble first. What's inside the bubble and what are the weights of each bubble in a bigger bubble to determine the potential outcome, okay? So that's kind of what you're looking for. So when somebody says, yeah, central banks are buying, so gold must go up. Or, yeah, Lorenzo, because of the CPI data, gold comes down. Yeah, well, semi-true, but there's so much more happening. So that report that you will receive if you're in our group will cover all of that. And it will give you a projection. It's just a financial report. That's all it is. It's a combination of a lot of different metrics. And you see me trading gold on a 50-minute time frame. Hallelujah. Okay, I'm gonna give it like 15 minutes, fam, for to see if we can create somewhat of structure here, and otherwise tomorrow will be nasty. Dude, that will be nasty. If we start coming up like that without a single retracement beforehand, it's gonna be nasty tomorrow. In a good way. Price squeeze, impulse move in 3 to 1. We'll see about that. You're reaching critical levels. I agree. We are unable to break the 2331 for now. Jay says this will retrace in Asia. It always moves when you close the stream. Yeah, right? It's always around the same time, right? 11, 11:30, 12. Any chance gold taps into the 2235 and bleed down after? Who knows, man? It definitely a possibility. But what about if you really continue to drive up without any single retracement, any solid pullback for us to say, okay, this is like a safe continuation buy instead of trying to buy, you know, at the top of a range of an expansion in a range and trying to get that extra, you know, 10, 20 pips, right? If you do come up and if their intention is to bring price further up and manipulate the highs, then if they do that and they're able to do so, you know, then you have to stay, you know, pay very, very close attention towards these, to a rollover as well. So yeah, same thing as what we've seen here before. We couldn't break it beforehand. But, you know, you're now getting to a top of a range after what, from London? A 350 pip move. Of course, the biggest move was in London, right? Almost 300 pips in London. So it's actually very unusual that the London is bigger than New York. We have seen it, I don't know, when was the last time that we've seen that? The 14th of June, 2 weeks ago. You can't prove it's manipulation though. How would you be able to prove that it's manipulation? In general. Only when a move happens, right? That's it. But what you can't say is that when gold moves up this much, right? What it's doing is it's taking out all the stop losses from everyone who was buying. Everyone who was buying. Okay? Selling, selling. All their stop losses are getting taken out. That's what's happening right now. That's why you don't see a single retracement. The last idea could be, okay, where are the most stop losses built up after this has been taken out? What could for people be the final level to say, okay, if I'm get stopped out here, I'm done. Well, maybe that's up here. Maybe that's above these highs right there. It's a pretty obvious place to look for, right? So yeah, if you don't see any structural shifts for shorts for us, then you know, and it just continues to drive, then that could be a target point. But once it does, we might be shifting. Cases the price action is unreal though, makes 0 sense to just go up vertical. Well, yeah. Usually it's when price comes down. Usually that's the move, right? Usually that's where things happen that aggressively. It's usually not the other way around. The only time I've seen it in the range was, yeah, 13th of June, 9th of May. It happens once in a while, right? But at least here you had clean targets, right? To take out. You were just building. You saw just a very clean and clear breakout. This might be the most similar move though. Something you've seen here. So. Yeah, a lot of people are now lost. I agree. I agree. You can also see it in the sentiment in general. A lot of people got wrecked this month. A lot of people, you know, got wrecked. And, you know, the problem is that when people make money, beginning of the month, they usually give it away at the end of the month. And we now have the monthly closure in what? 2 days. So if people, you know, what tends to happen here, I do believe that, is that people that have been selling here, a lot of them, didn't close their positions here. They were hoping for price to break down. And continue to break out of this range and talk about, because I've seen it in the chat also, 2260, 2240, 2180, right? And then what does price? Randomly in London session, random. Boom, it reverses and it shoots up. Tomorrow will be a great day for sure. Yeah, I agree. Tomorrow will be very enjoyable. Yeah, there's a big chance we're going to take another news trade, same as today. And then we're going to give it a try. I do believe so. By the way, if you guys have any good jokes, okay, if you want to laugh a little bit, then make a voice memo. Don't do anything crazy. Don't do anything wild, okay? We almost got banned before from YouTube because some idiot. I mean, it was pretty smart. The G's remember what happened. Not gonna lie, it was pretty good. It was pretty smart. So I cannot do that on stream anymore. But you know what I mean. You know what I mean, right? I think we're looking at it. We're starting to top out, fam. Come on. Can't break the fix very high. We can't. We try, we can't. The big players are playing with retail traders, make all retail traders go bullish and making it pumping up and then boom, major fall. Or they take out all the guys that were buying beforehand. Right? Could also be the case. But this is the first serious move I'm seeing now. Like the first kind of like serious move to the downside I've seen so far. Okay. Yeah, we can't break the fix very high. We can't. By the way, when is this speech? Is this happening right now, or is this just curious in between? I don't think so. Why is gold going down? Well, the thing is, it cannot go up forever. It cannot go up forever, but this is kind of now the range you're in. Like, so in order to truly establish a push down, we need to really start breaking structure. And again, it's the same low we talked about beforehand. It comes down towards this consolidation. And then anything from there could lead into, I don't know, multiple trading opportunities from there. Very straightforward, even on the lower time frame. Cannot go up forever, yeah. You know, the thing is, and then it keeps going, right? It just cannot go up forever, yeah. It keeps going. That's what I thought about crypto in 2018. I said, man, it cannot go down forever. Impossible. Impossible. Let me buy some more. Another 30. No problem. It's good. Buy the dip. Buy the dip. It cannot go down forever. And then it kept coming down. So you never know. But no, in this case, I highly doubt. Right, we're not in crypto land. Is this a good time for crypto to buy? Well, I'm buying. Let's put it this way. I recommend you to do your research. But I'm buying. Yeah. Yeah, I'm buying. Do you trade Bitcoin? I don't really trade Bitcoin any longer too much. I just invest in it. We have our community. We have our crypto community. Tim is hosting that or managing that. He's killing it. He's killing it there. So he's using LT as well. So I could trade Bitcoin, but I'm just focusing on that. Oil, gold, Nasdaq, Euro USD, GU, sometimes dollar yen. What do you prefer most to trade? I prefer everything that shows me structure. So it doesn't really matter what it is. As long as we, you know, have a clear, if there's clarity. I mean, every pair is fun. Gold is the most fun, but gold is sometimes also the most annoying. We all know that. So I would say it depends on the structure of the market. Because if you looked at, for example, GJ, I don't know if you've seen GJ. All right, I'm not sure if you guys trade GJ or looked at it, but just look at this, okay? Like, it's an absolute mess, all right? It's an absolute mess. Even though we're trending upwards, we bounced from the Sunday open and we just continue up. Easy buy there, you would say, but it's an absolute mess in between, especially if you trade on the lower time frame. So it depends. It has its momentum. Every pair has its seasonality. Everyone's making money in gold. Now everyone is struggling, right? Some guys are killing it. Most of the guys are struggling during this month. And then next month it's gonna be back on fire again. It depends on a couple factors. Now time to sell. Well, you're still holding above this trend, right? I'm just drawing a simple trend, nothing more. You have that key level and you have that trend. I mean, if you are a scalper, a quick scalper, then this could be a simple buy right? Stop loss below and you target the highs. It's very simple. And just you just, you know, you target that and that's it, right? What I want to do is I want to look for sell opportunities when price breaks structure. That's it. But instead of closing my stream, I just want to see how we close this hourly candle. And I just want to know how we close this hourly candle, because I don't want to leave the stream and I don't want to see this move happen when I'm not streaming. And that's why I'm waiting. That's why I'm waiting for that last closure to decide. Because this might be the first candle that closes indecisive after a significant push up. Lebanon-Israel war, gold will rise above 2400. Yeah, that's another statement that people just throw out, right? And they just say, oh yeah, it's the war, so it's this. Gold's gonna do this. It's Ukraine, so this is gonna happen with gold, right? It's part of it. But in order to move gold, you need a lot of money. You need a lot more capital, a lot more money. So when you talk about the distribution of gold, right, and the impact of it, then yes, geopolitical situations play a role, right? Geopolitical gold can drive gold for sure. But there's just so many more layers. So many more layers involved. So it's always a combination of both. So when I make a statement of, yeah, because of this or that, gold is moving up, I'm fooling myself, because I know in reality, it's always more than just one specific factor that plays part, right? $13 trillion, very serious amount of money. Do you have any fun fact about gold? What do you want to know about gold? Let me know. Let me know. How much, what do you want to know? The gold reserves of the United States? Around $500 billion. You know who's number 10? The 10 biggest, let's say, central bank that owns gold, or country that owns gold. Number 10 is the Netherlands. Small country, big reserve. It's not that big. Well, $40 billion. So yeah, it's nothing compared to the United States. You know who's the second biggest holder of gold? The second biggest holder of gold in the reserve. It's a country you would not expect it from. I mean, maybe you would. But it's not, I think, the first country you would think about. What do you guys think? Don't look it up. Yeah, Germany, yes. Germany second. Okay. Germany is second. Yeah. $212 billion. Then we have Italy, then we have France. So if you look at Europe in general, Europe itself, if you would count Europe as one, would hold the most amount of gold in the world. More than the United States, more than China, more than Russia. At least on paper. On paper. But those figures have not been audited for a long time. Quarter, right? Quarterly. Fun fact, gold is not toxic, it's tasteless and flakes may be eaten in foods and drinks. Yeah, that seems right. That seems about right. Please give some examples of breakout strategies using the Bollinger Bands. I'm not that familiar with the Bollinger Bands, to be honest, bro. I'm not that familiar with Bollinger Bands. That's actually one of the only things I've not tried. Not gave it a trust. I've been, yeah, maybe a little bit on the the lower time frame, the 3 minute. I never found success with it, but I think I never took it serious either. So, yeah, I don't know. Why are you up so late? This is normal for me. This is the usual time for me. Especially where I live. You know, if I want to stream the New York session, it's always in the evening for me. So for these other guys, it's always in the morning. For me, it's late at night. Until when are you streaming? Until this hourly candle closes and gives me somewhat of an indication of the next, what will happen in the next hourly candle. Because this is why I'm streaming a bit longer as well. I want to just see what happens with this hourly candle. And the next one. The beginning of the next one, right? I just want to see what is happening here. Because it's quite unusual we have seen expansion this big without a single pullback on the hourly. So I mean a single hourly in the size of candle or anything in that matter. Tapping the range, not breaking the highs, of course. You're back at the highs actually. So I want to wait for that and see where where this can can take us, whatever happens here. I just want to see it because it's important for tomorrow as well. I have a question. If you trade the London session, how come you don't live stream that session? I do it in our group. And I keep it very casual. So I'm just chilling, having fun, talking a little bit, you know, look at some charts, hopping around, open for questions, you know? I like it this way. Whereas New York is like, okay, let's go, trade. Do we see something? Like it's very straightforward, and it's more of a show as well at the same time. You know, the thing with the New York session is that I trade gold only, and in London I trade everything. Yo, jeez. That's not that far away anymore, huh? That's not that far away anymore. Then we have around 10 G's left. And we're there, man. We'll join the inner circle. I was 90k, but always wait for the retest. That's a good one. That's a good one. Nah, it's just seasonal, man. It's seasonal. It's just seasonal. When the market moves a certain way, yeah, correct, absolutely. Sometimes we're more aggressive. We're more aggressive. I'm not sure how long you've been on the streams, but yeah, of course, June, I get it. But if you've been here in May, if you've been here in April. Made 3.22k today on the Nasdaq. Yes, we made 2k on EURUSD today. All right, this hourly, 10 minutes to go, and I just want to see what's happening. It's just gonna help me for later. Because if price does not retrace and it starts to continue to drive, let's say, and it starts to continue to push, and tomorrow Asian session, okay, we might see retracement and London goes again bullish, then New York will be absolutely crazy. And tomorrow, last day of the month. So you bet it's gonna be a wild month, a wild closure. Are you guys ready for the... I mean, if you are in profit and you made a lot of money this month, then it might be the moment for you to say, you know what? I'm out, I'm done, I'm waiting for July. Right? Because this is gonna be one of these days where price moves hard. And why? Because you have the PC price index, which is important data for the Feds, in combination with the monthly candle closure. That means a new monthly candle will open up Monday. Backtest the Fridays of monthly candle closures in combination with news. Anyway, so thank you for bringing the pre-market game plan back. Professionalism on point. Yeah, I agree, man. It was time to do that. It was time to do that, especially around you know, especially what we're seeing here. Yeah. Anyways, the last time we watched YouTube, it was really fun. Yeah, we might do this another time, man. For sure. We might do that again. We might do that at some point again, indeed. You know what I was thinking about, fam? This is something on my mind for a long time, and I really believe you're gonna like that. Do you guys know IRL streaming? Do you guys know what IRL streaming is? Like, IRL? Okay, that's called in real life, okay? IRL streaming. Okay. So it's practically just, you stream like we stream right now, right? But in essence, then you're streaming and I'm just walking around. I'm just somewhere in Bali, right? Somewhere here. You know what I mean? So what if you create a stream at some point, maybe for the 100K, where we do that IRL stream and where we trade live. We literally trade live. I just have everything ready and set on the go. But at the same time, we're doing something else. So, you know, it's not me sitting here in front of the PC, you know, looking at it straightforward, right? The same thing over and over again. It's something different. So, yeah. We're going to head in that direction later. We're going to head in that direction much more later on. Not yet, but we're gonna get to that point eventually when we... My bad, the camera falls off. That's an anti-climax, but anyways, you get the point. There we go. That's where we're gonna go to. We're gonna head in that direction. Do you think you're gonna get a trade today? I'm waiting for this hourly closure now. If we close above the fixed PoC, then most likely not. But this is the first bearish candle here, so I'm gonna give you at least a breakdown of what I'm gonna look for and wait for, and then tomorrow is gonna be the biggest day of the month, most likely. Well, not the biggest day, but the most important day. We had a trade at the beginning of the stream. We closed that trade out. Price kept moving up. And now we're looking at this next hourly. So vlogging is not streaming. It's like vlogging live, right? On the stream. That's what I mean. That's kind of your IRL stream. But of course, live trading as well. So it's not just that, not just talking. When was your last trade? At the beginning of the stream. So sometimes, man, it's important for people to come right away because we never know when we're taking a trade, man. It could be at the beginning. It could be later on. All right? We never truly know what time the market is giving us what we want. Will you continue live streaming tomorrow? Yes, sir. For sure. We're here 4 days a week, my friend. So come at 8 a.m. New York time and you will be good. Guys, do you think tomorrow will dump it? I would not be surprised if you keep going up here. Will not be surprised. What if we're just gonna do this? Yeah. So tomorrow's Asia session will be crucial for us to decide here. Let's see what we can do there. Yeah. Do you do London on YouTube? No, London is only in Discord. Can you explain why? Could you be more pragmatic about why I'm streaming in Discord? Okay, hourly closure in 1 minute. No, bullish gold. I gave my analysis already multiple times here. I had a full breakdown. I gave a lot of key levels already. So once again, go to the beginning of the stream, or I think I've repeated this maybe, 10 times throughout the stream. Why I'm looking, or when I'm looking for longs and when I'm looking for shorts. So yeah. At this moment, I'm just tickly waiting. I'll do it one more time. Okay. I'm particularly waiting for the hourly closure now. Okay. This is the first hourly candle that has not been closing bullish after practically 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 hours of straight continuation. No retracement, nothing. Why does it happen? Well, if you have, for example, so many build-up shorts from so many different traders getting greedy, thinking that gold just keeps dropping and dropping, and they see that head and shoulders pattern on the higher time frame, and they see, oh yeah, head and shoulders, right? That's what we heard a lot, head and shoulders. So the moment you're here, what are these traders going to do that are short here? They're not going to close it because they think that the price will come down. And then what does gold do? Like gold always does. Silly gold. It reverses and it doesn't stop and it doesn't show any structure and it just keeps going and going. What makes that difficult to trade is just because you don't have structure, you don't know where to really step into the right levels here. The only instant level I was thinking about was maybe the Sunday Open. I also mentioned this beforehand, but even the Sunday Open, you're already practically at, this is 340 pips. You're already super overextended. right? So that's where buys were potentially valid. But even that makes it so difficult. You know that they want to go for highs, but at the same time, without any solid structure or foundation, it becomes very tough to trade long, at least long, right? The question is though, what is their plan? What do they want to do? They might gonna go for the stop losses right now. Where are the most stop losses maybe built for now? Maybe on top of the range. Maybe it's the highs. Maybe they're unable to, you know. Most traders that are entering, they think, okay, this is my final level. Because if this breaks, we're probably gonna shoot up. We're gonna fill up that range. We're gonna continue to drive. But there is a bunch of, I think, liquidity still built up above the highs here. So, you know, that's one layer to think about. And gold just moves, and gold just goes, and it goes for all the stop losses, and it doesn't give you any opportunities to enter unless it's super aggressive, kind of, you know, kind of here you say, okay, whatever, right? And then where are you going to put your stop loss? Well, it's going to be tough. Maybe here. It's really hard to decide, right? And see where you would properly manage your risk. So the only way we can look for longs is if we make a retracement that's a little bit steeper, and that shows us that even on the 1 hour, at least somewhat of a retracement. The Sunday open is one layer, okay? It could be that the Sunday open is that level. It comes into it and it starts re-breaking structure. Then there is a big chance that what they want is the highs and just continue to drive up and targeting the highs. So you could look for here, you can look for an entry there. You can start looking for the continuation, right? If price flips and it breaks the Sunday open, man, then we're talking about the serious break potential. And of course, that's going to be more beneficial for us. Okay, so that's why it's usually not that I'm saying, okay, sometimes we have very clear buys above, sells below type of thing. In this case, unless we don't break the highs here, right? Buys are risky but possible. But once we have broken the highs, you see retracement, you re-break structure and you start building a trend. That's when things become much more beneficial and easier. And in the long term, you're gonna have much more consistency with your wins when you trade this way, when you look for the right moments, the right timing, the right trends, because you can't just play these continuation setups, right? So yeah, anyways, the hourly closure has been closed. At this particular moment, we are unable to break the value area high. This is the first official 1 hour candle that we are unable to close bullish. We are tapping into the highs. We are seeing that resistance from that range. Like I said, the Sunday open is where the magic happens for both long and shorts. Okay? If you pull back into it, I would say continuation towards the highs is possible. Why? Because this is usually where, you know, if the market is liquidity driven, then that's where you want to go to, right? You want to take out the highs. You want to take out all the stop loss that are built up. There's nothing else to take out anymore because it's already taken out. Okay? If a significant amount of buyers stepped in here, which in my opinion, I kind of doubt, like in the amount, I think there is much more sell activity here than buy activity here. Even though this is a much steeper aggressive move, I think this is, when you look at the volume, contracts executed, you will see much more sellers being active here than buyers here. But anyways, if price breaks down and it closes below, right, and you create either a strong rejection here or you bounce number one and you re-break the lows, like that's moments when I'm really trying to take it down. Why? Because it's a Sunday open, it's the opening price of the week. It's the most important level of your weekly structure, right? Your weekly range. This is the Monday, this is the Tuesday, this is the Wednesday, the Thursday. Practically every day we reacted or responded from the Sunday open, right? On a Monday, on a Tuesday, on a Wednesday, and now again on a Thursday. So this is also where your best trading opportunities will come from, okay? So retracement, continuation to the highs, or breakdown, continuation to the lows. It's pretty straightforward, All right. If now price decides to continue to drive up and it just doesn't care and it just keeps going, then at some point I would say, okay, after this is taken out, isn't that time for retracement or some sort of pullback, right? Makes the most sense to me. Why would they just continue to drive higher without remorse, right? At least if these stop loss are hit, is there a chance of price potentially pulling back? This is where I could potentially be a little bit more aggressive in shorts right here as well. To just give it a go internally and start really going for that break, for that pullback. And then from there we can decide, is that the structural shift that breaks the highs, higher low, higher high, and start looking for continuation plays? Or is this just a way to look for continuation downs? But usually when you break structure, you start coming down, you might be pulling back steep, but you look for that continuation play. So that's usually what we're looking for. And it's a key component right now. This level that you see right here, that high is super key, because if you don't break it, then this might just be a silly continuation play, a massive fake move, the PC price index, bye-bye gold. If you do break it, then we could still come down and we could still short it. But then after that, we should start paying very close attention towards, potential moves here, right? Where we hold support, where we can start trending and breaking and getting up towards the highs, which is then of course the top of this range. And that might be the end target, who knows, okay? So anyways, fam, tomorrow I think we have one, we're gonna take, there is a chance that if price, continues to drive, or if you pull back and we are around this level, that we're gonna take a news trade, again, like today. And hopefully today will be us being on the right side without too much hustle, right? And therefore, potentially looking forward to it. So that is gonna be, and I need to confirm the time with you guys, that is gonna be at 8:30 again, same time as always. So if you come here before that, preferably at 8:15, then you're gonna have a breakdown and analysis, and you have everything set in stone, the summary, the conclusion, the key levels of relevance, and everything that you need to know, in combination with more fundamental data, which is also going to be important for us, because you want to be aware of that, because it's going to be very important information, and it's going to be information that you want to utilize and use, and it's going to have an impact long term on gold. All right, that's it for now. Again, topping out here, tomorrow is the big day and the last day of the month, so hopefully we can end the month strong. And overall, we take it. And next month is a new month, new week. I'm also looking forward to that. A new month. New chances. Right? Everyone's starting fresh. Sounds good to me. Right? If you have any questions, make sure you get into our Discord. You join us. Ask me anything. Tag us right here. Be aware of fake accounts. Download the ebook. Very important if you don't know what we're doing here with our entry models and everything. Download the ebook. There are tons of examples there. It's 74 pages big. The financial report for the fundamentals are going to come the 1st of July for our VIP members. We are currently closed. We will reopen later. We have no time yet. So come to the live streams, all right? You cannot buy anything from me at the moment. There's nothing you can buy from me at this moment, except your attention, live streams, fun and trades and analysis, entertainment, and a good time together, all right? I think that's the way to do it. Thank you very much, fam. Take care. Have an incredible rest of your day. Tomorrow news again. Love you all. Bye-bye, fam. No more bad jokes. No more bad jokes. Cheers.